Hello. Hello. Okay, time to launch the game and join practice. Well, first I need to also put my shoes on. Well. And I'm already gonna register. Intermediate. WEC experience. Register. I'll make it already load the game as I'm putting my shoes on. How are we doing, everyone? I hope the game doesn't crash. Hope all the settings are alright and everything works. Yay, it didn't crash. Okie dokie. Headset on my login and let's get traffic. Oh wait, I need to get my chat in VR. Let's hope that the chat is not gonna be bugging out like last time around. There we go. And let's hope that OBS picks up the mirror. I think it did. I am able to get my chat on the screen. It's all through Oculus. Just pin it, and that's it. And that's all. Just using Xbox controller, because Oculus uses Xbox controller. Yeah, I could actually do that. I never actually thought about it because it's like I always drive in VR, so it's not like I feel there's a need to do that. But yeah, I guess you're right, considering that I'm not really known for an LMU content, right? Like an ACC World, everyone knew that I was a VR driver just because of how much driving there I did, right? But I think everything looks on the stream solid enough for VR to not really be a deal breaker. Or yeah, or maybe indeed more people would check it out. At the end of the day, it's still just a casual LMU stream, just like anything else. It's not like it's VR specific. Alright, let's get into it. Let's see how the Porsche is at Spa. I drove one race yesterday. Wasn't streaming because I just casually jumped in late evening just to check it out. Let's see, today should be time to do like 2 races or so within reasonable time period. I'll do a few laps. I want to check out what my energy usage and fuel usage is, so I can use that information to maximize the strategy. Because yesterday I noticed that Porsche was using ever so slightly more energy when I was fully pushing, so I'm not able to do really on the full tank without saving ever so slightly 10 laps, and the race is like 17 laps, so I'm either gonna go straight out for 9 laps plus 8, or let's figure out an efficient way to save fuel. But I think just strategically going for 9 plus 8 isn't that bad. Just split it half-half. And obviously traffic is gonna play a role. To take care of the rear tires in this race. I noticed that yesterday. And be smart with traffic. Car sliding in the second part of the chicane. second lap, the rears already are getting sketchy. Oh, that was horrible. Although, funny enough, I didn't lose much time. Yeah, because I'm using 10.1 energy per lap, so with 100% at the start, obviously, and a bit of energy used for rolling start, it's just not a viable strategy. Fuel usage 8.8. So yesterday in that race at Spa, I lowered the ABS to like 8 or 9. Right now I'm running on 8, and I'm finding that just avoiding it ever so slightly definitely allows me, like, whenever you go into ABS in ACC, ABS helps you while tray braking. You can lean on it. It's not that you need to use it for and the ABS tray brakes for you or something like that, because it's definitely not the case. But it supports you while you're doing trail braking, and it keeps the car in check, right? And it seems like it helps you not lock up, but it does impede you in proper trail braking. So I lower the ABS settings, and I overall try lowering, just with my minimizing the engagement of it, you know? As I'm trail braking into corner. Yeah, again, and 8.7 this time around energy, but I did lift a little bit in some areas. Let me do one more just to make sure that, like, the energy usage isn't necessarily super high at the beginning, and then it just falls off to lower levels, just to get a consistent just to get a consistent reading. I need to open up that second part of the chicane a lot more. Again, 8.7 something, so I can count it as like 875 usage and 1010 virtual energy. Okay. So my idea would be then to take 9 laps of fuel for the start. I think maybe in certain cases 992 and ACC on average sounds very raw, but there are also a lot of situations where this car on the outside, on the offboard, sounds really good, like really good. And on the outside in ACC, cars just don't sound as good as in this game. The offboards in this game are absolutely astonishing. Okay, I need 79 liters for the start. And then 70 in the pits. But I need 8, sorry, so it's gonna be 8 times 10.15, let's say, so 82%, 82 times, no, divide it by, how many liters again did I say? 70. The other way around, 70 divided by 82. 0.85. Okay, so the fuel ratio doesn't change. Okay, so the fuel ratio doesn't change. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so the beginning fuel ratio will be 75 at 100%, and then on the second run, it's gonna be back to higher fuel ratio of 86, but 70% on the exit, right? Because it's gonna be like because it's gonna be yeah, because I'm gonna be adding 70 and I'm gonna have, or I'm gonna be like adding 72, but I'm gonna have like 10% left or 9% left in the car. Okay, we will figure it out later. Let's go for a quali lap. Hello, is the game gonna give me the car? Yeah, this is. I agree that this is a really good sounding car in this game. There are certain sounds, and overall there's a characteristic to the sound across the board in this game. They're a bit, I don't know how to say it, like a bit whiny. But they're really good. And I mean, if I switch to offboard, oh okay, so it doesn't go actually to the offboard camera, but I can maybe switch to not camera. Maybe that's not a good camera to be driving with. So the thing is that I think in qualifying here, The first lap seems to be the fastest for the second, for the middle sector and last sector. But there doesn't seem to be enough tire temp for Eau Rouge. So I'll actually try and I should have been waving on the straight. I'll try to generate some temperature. Lap. And let's see if the first flying up is gonna be better and if I can have less issues from Rouge. Oh, okay, it's medium grip for. I have no idea how grip works in LMU and what are the different. Oh shit, it actually starts also in 3 minutes, so I should just do this lap and then we go to the actual lobby. Okay, I can make it, I just need to commit. And obviously don't screw up first corner. I need to take the curb. Let's try the chicane and go into the lobby. Pretty bad lap considering it was lower fuel. Okay. Well, I did see that. Okay. I did see that there were some people driving in the morning in a Corvette and doing decent times. Never tried the car. Okay, where's the menu? There's a menu. 5 minutes of practice actually is not bad at all. Okay, so how does... Wait, where is info in this? Here. Medium grip. So is it like... Is it something like fast in ACC? It's also that by default they assume that you're gonna be using less than 10% per lap in terms of virtual energy usage, but that's not true. But maybe also it has been tested with drivers who are just driving using simply less energy. Although, quite a lot of the times, okay. Although a lot of the times, the best way to burn less fuel is, funnily enough, drive faster. Because at the end of the day, like, you're basically using the fuel that you're using more efficiently. Because you're spending less time using it, because you're driving faster. I think I should hire the force feedback for this car as well, because it has quite a light front end in terms of heaviness. So I actually feel like I need to tiptoe around a little bit. It also could be that the setup is a bit understeery on that medium grip, and then as it goes into a heavier grip for the race, the car gains more front end than rear end, and it becomes more oversteery. See? If I was taking the out lap lightly, there was very lack of front end there. Could be also that low grip. Oh. Okay. Actually was curious to see what lap time that would have been. But it is what it is. Really gives the game quite a bit of a hang today when it progresses session to session. There we are, quali. If I'm fast enough, I'll do that. Yeah. I'll do 2 2-lap runs. Although getting out of the pits is already a challenge. And obviously trying to not die on this corner here on cold tires. So I find that medium TC, then smaller power of the cut, but again higher slip, that works. That's why I saw Kuben using in a GTE car the other day, and then I tried to copy it here, and it just works. But I'm not an expert, so I think the slip is a nice way of preventing the slip setting is a nice way of preventing the car really going into huge slides without the TC being intrusive enough, but obviously the other settings being lower make it that you still need to do throttle control and determine really how the car is gonna be driven, right? But at least it wasn't like extremely costly in terms of time, the way how it was cutting in. And ABS, I've seen people using high ABS, I've seen people using a few clicks slower. I'm the kind of person that feels like using it a few clicks slower might be the way to go, with extreme heavy emphasis on might. Okay, an achievement. Thank you. The achievement of an outlap. We have achieved an outlap. I didn't even see what that has been. But obviously with a lower ABS, the car is gonna become more lively on the rear. And it depends if you're willing for that to be a sacrifice. Hello. Rotate it weirdly. bit too aggressive on the throttle, but let's see the second lap. Cleaner run through there, but tires could be too hot. Look, the rear is already 90. Improvement. There's an 18 we were looking for. 18.8. 1 minute to go. Okay, so I cannot do an outlap. However, whilst we're at it, let me... For extra practice, it was 75 we need to start with, right? We'll figure it out on the grid. It's time for me to get out, so let's just get in practice. Yeah, the sound is really good. It was actually a really decent lap. I'm happy with it. I mean, if Huber did, and he's much more experienced driver in LME than me, because I'm just figuring this shit out right now, really. He did an 18.5. I'm really happy with an 18.8, just like that. You know, turning up. No real practice, I'm just doing a lap. That's a decent time. I mean, we're a second ahead of a competition, so... Thank you. Look, with default high TC settings, it just kicks in as we're accelerating the whole time, even on full tires, just in a straight line. You see, even right here, it just kicks in. Right now, it kicks in every single time you see the lights flashing. It just kicks in. Lights flashing doesn't necessarily mean that the TC is working. The lights flashing are the wheel slip lights, so the rear wheels are slipping. But with high TC settings, whenever the wheels are slipping, it just kicks in. So those lights, when they go blue, that's rear slipping, and you can see that TC just prevents the car from turning on those default settings. And when they go purple, and they go from the outside to the inside with the specific amount of purple, right? Because when it's blue, they just light up whenever there's a slip. But with and whenever TC is engaging, but with ABS, they also show you the amount of lockup that you have on each wheel. So you can see that if I would start dragging, the brake while turning, you can see how it shows you that it just ever so slightly locked up the inside tire. And obviously ABS was preventing that. Although, you know what, those blue lights actually I think I was wrong saying that those blue lights go on for the slip. I think they actually go on for the TC intervention of the slip. So it's the opposite of what I was saying. Because they light up the whole fucking time, and I don't think they're like lighting up the whole time as I'm driving, because that would mean they would be blue the whole fucking time, considering the way you're driving in this game. Yeah, they just light up the whole time. So basically you can see whenever the high TC setting is kicking in, right? Because if I turn it off, oh wait, if I turn off the main TC setting, the TC actually still kicks in. No wait, so they do light up as for the slide, although it's like a deeper blue, or maybe I'm just seeing shit. Doesn't matter. Maybe there's a different blue for slip, different blue for TC. Who the fuck knows? Okay. Once again, phone in hand, and quickly figure out those lap times again. 9 times 8.75, 79. 79. It's fuel only, so I'll do click higher. And then with that, I'm gonna have like 9% energy going in, and we need to go back to fuel ratio 86. So ABS 8, my brake bias, TC, I'll put it a bit higher because we need to conserve tires, and the stop is gonna be at 86 fuel ratio with, whoa, okay, I don't know why the game did that.
Formation lab has started.
Wait, did the game put me in the same row as the last? Yeah, erratic driving, I know. Did the game put me in the same row as the last hypercar? And that basically screws over everyone else in my class, because there's not even amount of hypercars. I think, yeah. So everyone in my class gets screwed over because of this. And a Mustang behind got the drive-thru as well. That's interesting. So I've been blessed here. Let them take the inside. Easy does it. Very slidey. Oh! P2 died. That is gonna be on my ass at the end of the straight. He backed out already. He left it. Unfortunate Cadillac placement. Oh, so that BMW is the one that has a driver actually, not the Mustang, okay. But the Mustang died on top of Porsche. Watch that later in the replay. So just get into the race, not overuse the tires initially. Because I know that the car will become super sketchy later, and we just have a pace advantage to pace ourselves, right? So let's get into it, get the tires into the race easily. Then maybe on the second or third lap try to push for a purple and then go back again into conservative driving fashion. Yeah. There's definitely improvements to be made in terms of handling for GT3s, but it's not bad whatsoever. It's a really fast lap. I need to really nail the chicane. Oh, I missed it. Screwed out big time. Let's see if the tires are still hanging on for this lap. That was a really fast lap, but shame for that chicane. See now on throttle it just steps out. Yep. No fun of pushing anymore. Go up and off to a higher easy level. And let's go for consistency. Jesus, open up 5-second gap to P2. Maybe I should try a hypercar for the next one, because I had a plan to do 2 of those races. Obviously I have extremely little experience in hypercar. See? I should have maybe kept it higher. Yeah, but I can't change those TC settings fast enough to just change the slip for that corner alone. You see, you need to be really aggressive with the slip angle. For example, this looked like a very clean exit. It looked like a really clean exit. I tried to drive it as if it would be a very clean exit, but it was too clean. It made the car understeer too much. It kinda introduced resistance into the car, and it was slower than just sliding ever so slightly more. I don't think it should be like that. Getting hotter on the rear. There was a moment in the middle of pool. Yep, that's good. Oh shit. Okay, that was a hypercar. I was not aware of because it was actually for position. Whoa! And on the throttle too heavy. Extremely high brake by settings kind of work. car is beginning to step out again, so I'm gonna bump up now the slip to 3. Slip to 7, and maybe later power cut to 3 from 2. I've got 4 laps of fuel, which is on target. Almost still in 19s. Now I also read too much chat. Damaged my car. Hypercar leaders are coming. It's probably gonna want the inside. Yeah. Let's do them. Left was really unnecessary there. In the middle of the corner, I set the car way too much. I was expecting that hypercar to brake way later and just drive around me, but I overestimated that. So it kind of ended up being really awkward. Pull-ups. Maybe I just pressed the TC override way too early. Oh, that's gonna be awkward. I'm gonna position my car in the middle just to show an intention. Oh my fucking god. In the grand scheme of things, wasn't that bad. Most of them overtook me just in a straight. Actually, the time loss to those hypercars very minimal. One more behind. Probably gonna get me at the exit off here. I see a group of them. Nope. Gonna be in the middle of those two, which is always awkward. Actually, ended up not being that bad. And those two are gonna get me again on the straight, and there's another one behind them. Oh, that one's gonna be in the blanchiment. Yeah, he's gonna have to just lift. No, he's gonna commit. Woo. One more final lap. I hope. Yes. Would be poor. Would be really unlucky if I would just look at the fuel and be like, oh, you know what? I actually don't have fuel. I also noticed that in this game, in this game, if I lower what I was gonna say. Oh, I don't know. I remember. With tire wear, braking distances increase quite a lot. In the meantime, there was another random achievement. So this lap is really bad in terms of pace because there's so many mistakes for the con. I think it's time for a free PC cut. Oh my god. Ah, that could be a drive-through. Oh my god. Because in ACC I'm used to when you press the limiter itself slows down the car quite a lot, and here the limiter only cuts power. Oh, that's gonna be speeding. We're getting a drive-through, boys. I mean, we can pray to LMU gods that it's not the case, because I would not want to lose a lot of rating, because that basically will put me in last. I would be racing that BMW that got a drive-through for the start. Oh, please don't be a drive-through. It's such a good race. And I even took it easy, like with the entry. I didn't go into second gear, I just revved out the first one. And bro, started braking early, but it wasn't enough. LMU gods listened. Now we just need to hope that the traffic is gonna work out in a way that we do 17 laps. Last time around when I tried this race, it was clearly 17 laps with no problem. With quite a big margin for error if the hypercar leader is slower, so at least the perk of pitting like that, even though I'm going for new tires, is that the rear is cooling down and the car is definitely a lot tamer on the outlap. And in the second stiff, funnily enough, it's still quite slow, but it's just a lot tamer because throughout the first stint, even though it's getting lighter and lighter and lighter, and you know, on that lap just before the pit, the car is very light, should be fast compared to right now. I mean, right now I have again 65 liters in the car on the same tires, but in the Porsche 65 liters on the front, because there's the fuel tank, stabilizes it, and also the tire temperature go down, so it just, like I said, tames down. We are saved. We're going to hire brake bias to preserve the rear tires. So my aim, let's see to the end of the race how it's gonna be. I'm doing high 20s right now. If I do a good chicane, it's gonna be still a high 20. I'd like to stay in the 20s for the rest of the race, not really go higher. Yeah, I can still do a decent chicane. It's just when it's clean. Pretty good exit off turn 1. Crazy how much time we're losing up until this point. Keep up the pace. Catching a car. Okay, he's into the pits. Ten minutes to go. Not really hooks on the corners either. Guys, what car should we take for the next one? It's gonna be white. Whoa. See, that slide on the exit barely even cost me anything. It did cost me compared to like a very, very perfect exit, because it was ever so slightly too much, right? But you can see that it was clearly slower than another one where you could see that how with PC I went wider. Doesn't matter. Again, going into the rant about the physics. I'm just thinking about repeating this one, maybe with a different card. Yeah, there's a leader. Behind me. Finally again in pool, and again on the inside of the exit of pool. Deja vu. Toyota following him is cheaper. Same distance behind him, so they have a pretty close race. Yeah, his rear tires are really sliding through there. But basically them overtaking us right now definitely solidifies the idea that this is definitely a 17 lap race. I wonder by what standards the game calculates that it would be like 17.9. So what that means? What does that mean? Like by what calculation? Is it like actually really close for the hypercar to still lap me again? In those 3 laps? I mean, not really, because they're doing like 20-second faster lap time, but maybe a bit more than 20 seconds. Even if like it's nowhere near to make up another lap in 3-4 laps. Need like 15-16 to lap us twice. So it's just asking out of curiosity, wondering how that calculation up there works. This time around with hypercars, I got a lot of them for the corners, but I still gained a lot of time on people behind. Yeah, just gonna get me blanchiment. He lifted at least. Like you see, braking here, I didn't brake hard. I barely even engaged the ABS. It was still quite good. I wonder how heavy ABS braking affects also tire life for the sake of having better braking distances just further into the stint, or is the effect negligible? Whoa, that's a wrong line. hypercar should cut back again to the left, because I'm the one understeering. He's the one who has a lot of aero and is able to cut back. Understeering, so I'll just let him have it. Then end up even being that bad of a resolution. Last year, that hypercar, that Ferrari hypercar really grew on me. Is the way it looks. Something nice about it. That was actually really good. Let's see what I can do for the chicane. That's actually a really good setup for the last lap. .4 last lap, not bad at all. And we finish with 3 liters and 3% of fuel. I'd have to write that down somewhere for the sake of strategy. To finish with only 1 liter of fuel and 1%. Not like this. Don't edge it close to 0, right? But why is my keyboard not working? Come on. And also the question is my chat working still? It is. Thank you, thank you. Okay, back to the game. Shame for that chicane on the first, on the, not first, but the purple flying lap, because it's a good lap, but just fucked up with that chicane. Annoying, because I wanted for it to be like a, it could have been a 19-0 or something if I really nailed the chicane on that particular lap, but it was a horrible chicane. Anyway, that was a very cool race. Again, just to remember, so we were starting with 80% fuel ratio, which was just perfect. Were we? Yeah. We were starting with 80% fuel ratio, which was just perfect, and then with 86 fuel ratio, we were going with 72 at the exit or something like that. Yeah, but because obviously we're doing also the pit lane, in the pit lane, and we have L versus slightly bit left, it can be like 69. Nice. I know, but like it's a fixed setup series. I'm not gonna be like saving fuel and stuff. Plus, I would have to write down somewhere for myself the strategy itself, because the fuel ratio for the second one. Oh yeah, okay. I could write it in notes. You're right. There's notes. Yeah, but the question is, can I then load it? And it like loads only, like if it's a fixed setup, can I still load a setup and it's just not gonna apply anything else that's like locked to locked for the adjustment, right? Okay, we gained a bit of rating, gained especially safety rating, which is good. LMU menus always confuse me ever so slightly. Okay, so we have a LMGT fixed. But we also have another race of this. I think I need to refresh that. Yeah, starts in 24 minutes. Guys, I want to do another one. Let's do another one, because one race, it's kind of meh. Should we try another car? Oh, Mesaud is in that race. No. Let's keep with the Porsche. Mesaud is in that race. It's gonna be a good lobby. Oh my god. Okay. So it ended up being the fastest lap time on the leaderboard. But I mean, look at that last sector. The last sector is absolutely awful. And it could have been like a free. So shame. Shame. Who else is doing those races here? Because I can see. Was Massaut already doing that race? I don't see him on the leaderboard in those top times, and I would expect him to do at least that mid 20 if he took it seriously. So guys, are we staying in the Porsche? I don't know. That was just a leaderboard I'm going through. Mabix is there, but it's a leaderboard, not an entry list. So he did the race earlier, but I don't. I mean, unless he is on the sign up and I'm just blind. Is he? I don't see him. I think Mabix was supposed to do a different race today altogether. Okay, looks like this time around we could have some competition. Let's register. First, because it's still like 20 minutes of practice, so rather than just keeping on driving the same spa, let me check a replay of this race. Yeah. So it's not even spa that he's driving, fair enough. Let me load the replay, and I want to see what happened in Eau Rouge at the start, because the BMW there just died. Sorry, the Mustang died and BMW got a drive-through. And let's hope my game doesn't crash while doing so. What haven't I driven here yet? Well, I haven't driven a lot of cars. I also noticed that the Porsche chase, from all the cars, look, the camera is positioned in majority of the times the same place above the car, right? But then for the Porsche, it's like a lot lower for the Porsche GT3, and then those are high again. And then hypercars, the chase camera is also like high above them, you see? Although it is a bit inconsistent. Early access type of stuff, you know? So that BMW got a drive. Why though? I mean, it doesn't really look like it's necessarily that bad of a spot. Now what happens between those two? The Mustang initially lifts, so the Mustang is gonna die on its own. Yeah, and there it goes. Why is my game suddenly grey? Hello? It does that when you alt-tab out of the game, but I didn't alt-tab out of the game. Okay, it's just great. So the Mustang just lost it in their tier. Oh, and he really attacked the corner hard. He wanted to be really close behind that BMW. Here you see now, he threw the car a lot. Oh, okay, makes sense. Because from the outside I could see that he threw the car a lot here, but look that right now, as it bites, he doesn't release the steering whatsoever. So the car bit into the corner with the front end a lot, and dick into the corner front with the front tires. But then as the car again gets light here in the middle of Radeon, he didn't release the steering whatsoever and just snapped. Whoa. Oh, and then those two also drop into him. Jesus. In reality, that would be... I mean, it's not reality, right? But IRL, this type of situation would be really scary, because first you crash big time, right? But then you also see this stuff coming at you at a really high and alarming speed. Which, by the way, what happened here? A Ferrari also lost it on its own. And then Porsche panicked and lost it, and then there's another Ferrari behind it losing it. I noticed that on cold tires in dirty air, cars are quite sketchy for English. Is Porsche also losing it as it sees it? Yeah, and gets a tank slapper. And then there's another Ferrari behind it that also lost it, right? Yeah, so he also lost it. Look, nobody is getting any helping hand from anyone. They are just all spinning on cold tires. Literally, all of the accidents, every single one of the accidents, no one to blame. Everyone just lost it on their own. Yeah, Mustang dies. It goes grey. Okay, let's practice some. Thank you very much. Next one should be more interesting, actually. Maybe tune in on the phone. Because Masoud is signed up and he's a really fast driver. And also, he doesn't want to get me in to the lobby. Oh, come on. Well, I mean, there's not. Can I specifically change an FOV? I mean, word scale, I'm using just one. It's 1:1 with correct IPD. Because with Rift 1, I can easily adjust IPD just manually in the headset. It just has a slider. And there's no like software IPD magic. Just word scale at 1 seems to me accurate enough. And it didn't even crash. That's great. I kind of wanted to maybe try Mattia Marci. He's also registered. He's in 99 right now. You know what? Let's practice quali laps. Can someone on the stream go back in time and see how much virtual energy I put in the pit stop in the previous race? Because we really need to maximize the numbers for the next one. And we need to be prepared to take out 2% less in this race. Well, yeah, I mean, there is a vertical FOV setting in the settings, but it's not VR. Like, for VR, the field of view doesn't change, because field of view is determined by your headset. If you would be changing field of view in the headset, that would be... you would be looking at extremely distorted picture. Like, not even different word scale. It would be completely distorted. Pulling on the straight. Trying to force the car into the understeer because it's the front tire temps that is an issue. issue on the first lap, really. I think if I'm correct, I was leaving the pit box with 82% of virtual energy, right? What's the track status? It's high grip here, okay. In the first sector straight away. Okay. And there's a lot to gain in there. That's smart line. Still gain time. sacrifice the exit here. No, understeer. Get back on the track. No, it's gonna invalidate it. And I broke too late. But it will be 4 tenths faster, so we can do that 18.5 that Huber did. Granted that this was on high grip. My voice is a bit low. Okay, let me get my microphone ever so slightly closer, because it really is all determined by how close my microphone is to me. But I don't have like a like it's just standing beside me on a chair. It's close enough. It's right beside me. Okay. Sorry, what were the questions? Because I was focused on that lap. I haven't been driving any car before the Porsche came out because I haven't been driving LMU. I was bored to drive a Porsche and I'm driving the Porsche. Yeah, to an extent. The thing with LMU is that it's forgiving, but it's because LMU physics hide in a certain 5 minutes, by the way, to the thing. So I'm gonna go out on the track again. So LMU physics in a way hide I don't know how to let me think about it so I put it properly in words. So like LMU in a weird way hides where the actual grip and potential of the car is by making you feel like you're sliding, or not as a sliding, like you're in a slip angle, you're on the limit, the grip is getting away from you, car is yawing, right? So you start controlling it, and there's a big window within which you can play with. Now, there is a lot of grip in the car past that point, and it doesn't really feel like it, but there is a lot of it. The fact that there is a lot of grip, that is what's making it also so forgiving. That high grip in a very high slip angle, which for many people feels like, oh shit, I'm sliding, I'm doing something wrong, right? They're very easy going to, on something that is supposed to be a push lap, underdrive. Because of that feeling. But at the same time, for them it would feel like they're pushing, while in reality they're underdriving, but they're not underdriving because they are as drivers not pushing. They're underdriving relative to what those physics are allowing driver for, right? Because the physics are allowing the driver to push a lot, like a lot. And you can see me sliding and I'm really pushing the car, and I'm constantly in a slip angle and a very high yaw angle of the car. Because like for example, look what default TC does to a car. I go on the throttle and the car just understeers the moment I push on the throttle initially, right? It squats and it pushes it straight away. So in fact also the electronics of the car are fighting the slip angle, because well, electronics are designed and probably made in a way so that they limit the car yaw to a certain reasonable state that those electronics would limit the car to in real life. But it seems like there's still high grip at very high slip angle and high yaw angle. That TC is actually trying to prevent. So TC in a way is kinda obsolete in certain areas, in certain regards. It's not necessarily obsolete, but it requires a lot different and a lot lower settings than default. Because of that fact. Okay, let's go for one more run on fresh tires. You know, fresh tires, there's just not enough grip there, because that turn one wasn't that bad, but you saw on the second lap, on the one that got invalidated, how much more grip there just was through the, out of the first corner. Just gripped up on the entry, rotated and accelerated so much harder out of there. I'm alone on the server. Did I disconnect or everyone went to the race already? Yeah, the race starts in 1 minute. Yeah, 18.6 again, valid one, okay. I don't really care, I need to quit, because there's a race starting and I don't want to miss it. Is the Porsche the best in the game? Who the hell knows what's the best in the game? It's definitely really strong on certain tracks. It's a hard car to drive, but it's very strong in places. And you know, with open setups, what it really is the strong car. It remains to be seen. The bop is all over the place, really. Could we have the first crash of the day? Yep, we have a first crash of the day. Let me load it up again. Yeah, that would be cool. I'm not sure, so don't quote me on that. Might be wrong here, but I think they made it in a way that those practice servers keep on going, right? For people who have that Race Pro or Race Control Pro, whatever subscription, and should you want to practice more, you can. Like way before the event starts, right? So the practice is like keeps on going. Those servers are on the whole time. We also have a first speed box, which is good because I'm gonna have a lot of time in the pit lane to adjust the energy. Okay, let's see if we can repeat that decent quality lap, and let's see what Masaudu is gonna do. I mean, Masaudu is an extremely talented driver in this game. I've raced with him like when there was literally like 1 or 2 days when GT Freeze came out, and I was driving Spa, where we raced against each other quite a bit. He was in a BMW, I was in a Maca. We had quite decent races there, so let's see what today is gonna be. I'm definitely looking forward for that. Who knows, maybe he's gonna be even faster than whatever I tried in quali, because he's really rapid in this. And he's also a fellow Porsche enjoyer. But you're right in the sense that, okay, so the servers are ongoing, right? But there could be an option for the game to directly direct you from the practice server to the race server, right? Gonna go into the quali. Okay, there really is time for one run only. Need to make sure the fuel is alright, fuel is alright. What I also noticed in this game is, which maybe was something that was confusing me earlier, I can start the engine with a press of a starter, because like in ACC you have to hold the starter just for a bit for the engine to start, which is natural. And here I can just press ignition, press the starter, like just click on it once, and then it starts the engine for you. I don't actually need to hold it while it's cranking the engine. If you didn't know, now you know. If you knew, now you know it from me as well. Now you know that I know as well. If you're using an automatic engine starter, beep. Man up. It's a sim. Yeah, it's also a thing I noticed. But we do have to avoid other cars in the pit lane, which is a cool addition. It's always like that in VAR factor, but obviously, I mean, it would be so cool if pit stops were a lot detailed and a lot more realistic in ACC, because in ACC pit stops are really goofy and they're also extremely short. And this one, pit stops are long enough for the kind of races and the kind of racing that this game wants to do and do, which is gonna end up being endurance racing, just like in ACC. Well, it's cool for those kind of races to have pit stops that are also longer, because that strategically makes races a lot more intriguing. Okay, quali. Now this one needs to be nailed. Straight away, first corner is an absolute failure. Putting too much pressure on myself. Well, the second lap is gonna have to be better, because this is very messy. Although it is purple sector, so that's promising, at least. Too late. Oh, I had to lift. Understeer here. Holy. Oh, chicane of dreams as well. Holy fuck, look at this lap. Almost 18.2. 308. $18.7 from Massoud. He did a good second lap. Yeah. So the GT3 lap times are also counted in energy. So you're basically calculating how much joules the car is using, which is literally the amount of fuel it's burning, right? It's 1-to-1. While in hypercar it's ever so slightly more complicated because you're using at the same time energy from the battery and energy from the engine, and they have different efficiencies, as obviously fuel being burned by internal combustion engine is being used as an energy at a different efficiency. There is an energy burned that's then later used as an energy used at a different efficiency than an energy that's just used through pure electrical engine. But that's still, throughout the stint especially, just averages out in a hypercar. Yeah. Well, you did see what kind of electronics I'm using, so just do that. Okay, full tank, and we're going again 6 to 6, and we're gonna lower that potentially for a hot lap. Then we're starting with fuel ratio 80, which was perfect for the first stint, and then at fuel ratio 86, which we're gonna change at the start of the race, we need to fuel up. And now someone, please, go back on the stream to when I pitted in the previous race and tell me how much energy I was getting out of the box with. Because I want 2% less of that energy in the pit box. I think it was 82, so I would be leaving with 80, but just could you confirm that for me? Yeah, because energy is like, you know how in ACC, you have a stint timer, right? You can spend a certain amount of time in a car during a stint. Well, in WEC, you have a certain amount of energy you can use throughout the stint. Okay, I left the pit with 82. Thank you very much. So I need to, this time around, leave pits with 80. So we have a situation where basically your stint timer is energy you are allowed to use throughout the stint. And you have to manage that energy. You can fuel save and, for example, go longer because you're going to be using the energy you're allowed to for a stint for a longer amount of time because you're going to be saving it a little, right? And you can put more fuel in the car for strategic purposes. You can put less fuel in the car for strategic purposes. Like, look what I'm doing right now, right? My starting virtual energy is 100%. So for a race, it's a no-brainer to start with 80% of virtual energy. But I know that that virtual energy cannot get me exactly to 10 laps if I don't want to fuel save. So what, rather than fuel saving, what I'm doing in this scenario is I lower the fuel ratio to 0.80, which with the fuel usage is gonna be equivalent to, when does the race start? We're still in qualifying? Yeah, we're still in qualifying. So with this given fuel ratio and the given fuel, I'll be able to do 9 laps with the fuel, right? But then I'm gonna still have some virtual energy left. But that virtual energy is my stint timer, and also the amount of virtual energy that's being put in the car during pit stop, the amount you're putting in determines how long your stop is. Not necessarily how long you're refueling, but how long you're putting the energy for. So, and because how it is in this race, I'm gonna be spending less time putting fuel in the car than putting back the energy again that I need for the last 8 laps again. So I'm gonna start with fuel ratio, but 100% virtual energy, and for the start. So I'm pitting in with virtual energy actually left in the car, and then in the pit stop I'm gonna go back to fuel ratio 86, which is gonna be the fuel ratio that I need for the virtual energy depletion and fuel depletion to be equal, and leave with the amount of virtual energy that I need for the remaining of the race to minimize the pit stop time. 87 to 6 to 6, 80, 100%. We're all good to go. And ABS 8 and brake bias as I wanted. Go like that for first corner. Right, and already in the strategy, we want to leave the pit lane with 80 at 86 fuel ratio. It was 86 fuel ratio, right? I'm pretty sure it is 86.
Formation lab has started.
Porsche also has an auto clutch, like it just has an auto clutch. Just like in ACC, it doesn't show it anywhere, but it does have an auto clutch. Oh, come on. So it's actually ahead of me. Oh, I almost crashed. There's the car on my inside. I'll take the cut. Oh shit. I'll still take the cut. We're touching. I was really aggressive there on the entry. That made us touch, but then the later was really good side by side with my South. Okay. Deep. Oh, he has a really good chicane entry. Put the throttle down. Faster than him, but it wasn't that good of a lap. And it's late here again. Oh, I forgot. Ah, oh, shame. Because I should have gained a 10th there, and I lost a 10th. So basically lost 2 tenths to an optimal. Overly stabilized the car on the entry and just understood. think that turn 1 is gonna cost me for a pretty good lap on the leaderboard. I improved half a tenth, but that's not enough. 4.1. Oh, and again, you see, I just used ABS too much. Trying too hard. Crazy, actually, last time around I used 10.2 energy. Scary. Stupid. So I was really sliding block in the exit. Oh, that's a really good pull. Not gonna lie, I'm really happy with this pace. This is really nice. I'm enjoying Spa. Who would have guessed? Gained for last chicane. That's still a really good lap. 0.4. Even on those old tires now that are losing pace, still the 10th in the first sector. Not too shabby. Push the rears on the entry there. It's not good for tire wear. Come on, let's keep on running from Masao. Let's build the gap as high as possible. If you remember, we still have traffic that's gonna come with hypercars. So oh. 3 laps of fuel. Perfect. Cocky on the throttle. Hypercars coming. Get me into a bush. Oh fuck no. They died behind me. Oh my god. Bad job in the traffic myself. Come on, get that thing off my screen. UI in this game is really annoying, like it's right in the middle of my line of sight. Oh my god! I might run out of fuel in the pit lane. .2 of a liter. Okay. I'll be good. What? What is this scam? Oh, he's going out of the pit with way too little energy, so he's gonna be fuel saving. He needs to fuel save quite a lot, because I am right on the bubble. He needs to fuel save, like if I'm 1% too high, he needs to fuel save 5%. Needs to fuel save 5%. We've got the race on our hands, boys. So not only he had more energy going into the box, he also opted to put less energy in the car. I thought initially that like me having to be rotated in the pit lane was what cost me time, but that's not true. He just put way less energy in the car. Come on, 1.2. We definitely caught up on the... Yeah, but I have definite fuel advantage and energy advantage. I need to start putting in the pressure on him as fast as possible. So whenever he's fuel saving, I'm right on his ass, like on a straight or something, so he can't lift and coast. I definitely have again quite a bit too much of that energy, but not 3% too much. I'm focusing too much on talking. Oh, that was so horrible. Come on, what is happening? I think I actually have again like way too much energy somehow. Way too much. I think he's not that far off the target actually whatsoever. I think I still have somehow way too much fuel, even though I was like only 3 liters off last time around. he's actually right on target. I need to find a way to make a move here. Wait, no, maybe those calculations were wrong, because now it shows exactly 5 laps. Fuel time? Hard in this, in a dirty air there. He got really good acceleration out of first corner. I thought I'm closer to him. It just doesn't make sense in my head. Why would he have so much fuel? I don't think he has the energy to finish the race. There's no way that I am 5% over. That's what I think that he needs to say. hypercars are coming that... It's again pretty far. Trying to save. Oh, this fucking Cadillac! Either commit or not! First he commits, then he backs out, and then he commits again. No. If not that second prototype, I would have him on the inside. Oh. I think I might have damage. The car doesn't feel nice. Just placebo. You see, he's fuel saving because he's at 9%. But he realized it too late. Like, I am over by a percent. But we knew that. But he's lower by like 3, you know? Look, he has to do a lap on 8%. For a sec I thought I'm really like reading it wrong. That he's not fuel saving. And my own counter was showing me so much many laps. Because fuel counter is also kind of weird. Like at some point it was showing me that like over a line I have like a half a lap to go, half a lap over unpredicted. It was good hard racing, guys. If anything, most what happened in contacts were my fault. Because here, as I cut back, there was a hypercar on the inside behind me, and that one I didn't see because I wasn't paying too much of an attention. Well, I couldn't even pay attention to what was happening behind me because I had Masoud in my mirror blocking the view because I was side by side with him. I only saw the BMW that went 3 wide with us, and I thought that BMW is gonna be all of it. But there was 2 other cars, well, entire fucking group behind that BMW itself. Masoud had to drop 10 seconds, and he's just on target. So obviously he really overestimated what he could have done with his fuel. Because we're gonna be right on target. Look, now he's at 3%, but he dropped full 12 seconds. And I dropped like 2 seconds on this lap alone. Like a second more than what I should have dropped. Ooh. Car is really bruised up, but it is a W at the end of the day. Yeah, that was exciting. Big GG for Masoud for making it happen, and also, holy fuck, I've got 0.4 liters and 1% of energy remaining, so it would have been really close if I was to if I wouldn't put that last percent in, right? So we nailed the calculations. Let's watch the replay. Holy shit, what a race. Why is the car rolling down the slope? I also did a new best for the race, but it wasn't enough. I wanted that 0.1, but I again screwed up first corner this time around. Last time it was last corner, this time it's first corner. Let's see the sectors later, but mainly I want to watch the replay. Because there was stuff happening, to say the least. Whoa. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, it makes sense because this time around I had less fuel. It doesn't matter because it was enough, right? I mean, listen to that. Listen to that. This is glorious. Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna come. This is so good. Listen to this. Oh my god. Oh! And the fact that there's 2 of them! Oh my god! This car off throttle sounds so good. Like, bro, the off-board audio in Le Mans Ultimate is actually so good, like, it's better than on some of the broadcasts. And I'm saying this as someone who went to a lot of live events like that, and Spa 24 multiple times. I heard those cars on numerous occasions from trackside. And I know how, TV coverage of those events does sound in terms of sound. Holy fuck. There's a caddy coming. Listen to that. And a Porsche. Anyway, let's go back to actually watching. Wrong way. There we are. Yeah, Porsche is really hard to drive. There he did that mistake and... But you see, from the outside it's so visible what is wrong with that tire model. Look how much yaw and slip there is in that little correction that I do. Like, what the fuck? That's a lot. You see? Like, it does look like a correction there on the onboard, but then only from the outside you can see how much yaw change in the car there is and how much actual slip there is. The camera maybe exaggerates it even more, but even so, I mean, like, in the middle of pool on throttle, like, I understand for there to be a wiggle within the slip angle, but this is like fully from yaw into one side to yaw into another, you know. There's nothing wrong with moment being there and the car becoming oversteer and so on. What I'm talking about is more like the amplitude of car movements, if that makes sense. That's happening within this slip angle, right? If all of it was tamed down, I think it's really good. But it's all like, it all happens with like this very wide range of things, and because it's within a really wide range, and it's so because it's a very wide range, but you don't want the things to be like those movements to be really fast for them to within the same amount of time they would reach the certain slip angle, right? They still progress with a speed they sort of should progress, but to an amount they shouldn't really. So that makes it actually feel as they get to a very high slip angle, but because they're getting to a slip angle at the same kind of rate of speed the car would be getting into its slip angle, but that slip angle is higher, then the whole thing of getting into slip angle takes longer time, which makes the whole thing kinda feel like it's floating, because it takes a lot, well, it makes sense, there's more of slip angle to get into, so it takes more time for the car to get into that slip angle, because it's not like there's a lot of slip angle, but also the car gets to that slip angle like faster for everything to be more snappy, right? Yeah, and slow speed is especially apparent because you don't really have any aerodynamic load in the car. It's just purely mechanics and mechanical grip. So, and like at low speed, the car is easy to rotate around its axis because it's not really traveling at high speed. So the how's the thing called? Well, the force that's acting on the car because of its inertia, that's pushing it towards the outside of the corner, right? Well, at low speed, the car can rotate, can have a really high acceleration inwards, right? Because there's not much of a force pushing it outwards. So because you can get the car rotated a lot at low speed, you can also force that slip angle to be higher and almost like you can Scandi flick the car a lot and rotate it around its axis a lot, right? Because there's no aerodynamic load, plus it's low speed, so it's just physically possible to do that. So So you can do that, like flick the car into the corner, just make it slide, because there's not much aerodynamic load, and like into pull, that would be too much, because you can see that like going into pull on some of my fast laps, like let's go here before we go into watching mess out again, right? Like into pull, I need to be a bit gentler on the brakes. You can see that I'm not really going even 100%. I go 100% like initially like going to 80, 60, but then I'm going back with it and I'm steering in. The car gets into the slip angle and then straight away I release the brake because I want the aerodynamic and to settle down the car, and I'm really making the front bite as I loaded it up on the entry, right? And it gets into the slip angle, and now with the aerodynamic load, the car nicely settles into the corner and settles into that slip angle, and then I'm being able to go on the throttle early. And because the throttle applications may make the rear slide a lot as well, it just ever so slightly steps out, and the car continues rotating on power as the power and the torque being pulled through the rear wheels is overpowering the rear wheels, and it's making them slip ever so slightly more to not slide, but slip ever so slightly more to rotate the car, right? And like there's too much force and load going through the car, and to really like throw the car here massively, right? You're still doing it quite aggressively compared to some other sims, and I would assume that you would be doing it even less with more sketchy setup, right? Or maybe not necessarily a sketchy setup, but differently set up car. But you can't really do something like you would do in a second part of the chicane that you see, bam! I do the transition on the brakes, so much steering, off throttle, load transfer front to rear, left to right, and just almost candy flick it into the second part of the chicane, make it grip up as it goes into the curb, and again the curb is like slightly uphill, right? Because here it's downhill, so as it's downhill here the car slides nicely, even though it has little front grip. But in here you can, even with a little front grip that it has, I can make it slide on the entry, even though it's a little bit down the hill, and then it's uphill, and then it gains here a lot of front grip suddenly. So I need to straight away, as I start going on the throttle and loading up rear, because front gains so much grip, it still keeps on sliding, you see? It's so sensitive at low speed, and it goes from one extreme to another extreme. You can see at low speed how it's so exaggerated, because here it should, in ACC, it is like that in a way, that in ACC here it's very difficult to get the car pointed in another direction, or like make that like a very aggressive, almost candy flick like transition, because it is slightly down the hill here, and initially on the transition there is little grip, and then it gets into the corner and there's a bit more of it. But here it's like there should be a bit more of it, but it's almost to the point that it snaps, because the tire works in a way that as a driver I'm forced to that's going back to what I was saying in the last stream. I am forced as a driver to go into the slip angle. I'm forced as a driver to get performance out of the car, to make the car slide on the entry like that. Check it out from the outside. I am forced to make this transition right here very aggressively. You can see how much aggression there is, but that aggression and that high slip angle forces the car into a high slip angle situation right here. Almost, what the fuck is happening with the clouds? That's weird. I don't know if you can see it. No, you probably can't see it, but like in the corner of my eye, the clouds are doing really weird thing in VR. It's like there's different clouds for left eye and different clouds for right eye. Never mind. So right here, the car is now at a very high slip angle, but then it gains grip. And because all of it is so highly exaggerated, the amount of it sliding with this tire model, this situation exaggerates it even more, because now the front end gains even more grip while the car is already sliding rather than understeering, and I have to catch it. You can't really see it from the outside that like it's sliding on the exit much, right? It seems like the car is settling down into the exit quite nicely, but then from the inside you can see that I have to really control the slide here on the exit. It's almost like a power oversteer kind of situation throughout the entire exit, right? That's not really how the race car should behave. There should be way more mechanical grip. It's not like it shouldn't slip and go into its slip angle, but it shouldn't be sliding past it or sliding right on the edge of losing it to the point where we're getting to extreme oversteer and also fixing extreme understeer on the entry by an extreme slip angle and Scandi flick. Also, we again made it be gray. Fair enough. We are gonna watch it gray. There is that situation that was really crazy. I think there was another situation where I got really annoyed with a Cadillac on my inside. Let me see if I can find. Was it this lap? No, maybe even earlier. No, this is gonna be too late, too early. This was not this lap, so is it the next lap? No, so it has to be this lap then. No, so it has to be this lap then. And which lap is it gonna be? No. Oh yeah, I kind of got confused here. Was he braking early? Was I braking late? Oh, he was fuel saving here. Okay, and he was fuel saving, and then on top of that, he broke really early, and that caught me off guard. And I broke really late, and I had to almost take avoiding action to him. Oh yeah, and that was at the same time where the caddy came, right? And here he is like there, so I'm like, have the inside, mate. I already lifted. But then he backs out, you see? Then he backs out, and I'm like, I'm half committed, and then I'm seeing him backing out, so I commit into the corner again. But then he sticks the nose in, and I'm like, come on, man. Ah, because he went on the gravel, he didn't. Oh, okay. So he just forced it. No, he was just out of control, to be fair. So it wasn't him even making a wrong decision, it was him being completely out of control, which is even worse, but at least I can't really complain at your decision making, which would be then complaining about stupidity. This is more complaining about incompetence, because it's like, you know, you're out of control, why are you putting your nose in, right? If you would be out of control but making a complete stupid decisions, then that's just stupidity. So you can see that, like, here I brake and I'm doing that lifting, and I just kind of want him to go in, but because he was on the gravel, which I didn't realize at the time, because, you know, you wouldn't expect a hypercar to just be in the gravel there. If he wouldn't be, he would be just straight on my inside right now, and that lift that I did would make him be completely on the inside. But because I saw him suddenly not committing for it, I went back on it and just went for the corner, but he was still there. So I mean, this is just really karma of your own doing that you're losing time here. Anyway, let's see that crazy lap right here. Was it this lap? Let's see, lap 16, it could be this lap. Those downshifts are lovely. Yeah, so I'm trying to, like, force it really here. I see him going wide ever so slightly, so I really get on the brakes here quite a lot. Get the car to the inside as much as possible, force an error here, cut back as much as possible, really commit to the outside. He runs me quite wide, and then the BMW comes. And you see, from my perspective, I didn't see that Toyota, because I was looking in the mirror, and that Toyota is like really camouflaged in there, right? Like it's very difficult to see that the Toyota is in there, because I'm not really looking at the mirror, you know, right now. Right now I'm trying to manage our side by side, and then I look in the mirror straight away and I see a BMW, and that Toyota is really camouflaged in there. I can't really see it. And at this point, like, I'm not looking in the mirror anymore as well. Now I'm focusing to what's gonna happen at here. I'm doing decision making and looking into the distance to really commit into the corner. I'm really committing wide. I'm giving everyone a lot of space because I know that BMW is gonna commit. Let's look at it from the Toyota perspective. So the BMW is committing for the inside. Masoud, we're doing free wide. Masoud here gets pushed wide ever so slightly, and I here attempt a cutback, but I just didn't know that Toyota was there, and this is fully my fault. This is like fully my fault. It's a very dangerous situation for Toyota to go in, because he's like right here, like he doesn't really see me. Like he has awareness of me being there, but you can see like we are blocked. Like the line of sight there is kind of blocked. It's very difficult for me to see him. It's more like me looking for an explanation of my misjudgment, right? It's still my fault. Like making a cutback, aggressive cutback right here is just me assuming there's no one there, but it's an assumption, which makes it a wrong decision, because I should not have been assuming. We can try it right now. Give me a second, I'm gonna tell you. That's the latency I have. It's actually even lower. It goes like to back to 25, and this is like not even a PC latency. This is full up motion to photon latency. So this is everything taken into account, like everything. And in ACC, and like if I would lower the settings even more, it's gonna go down to like 25 range. This is like me playing with quite high pixel density, and I have Oculus mirror turned on, and I'm streaming, right? So if there was no mirror, maybe even lower settings, no streaming, and it's gonna be 25, maybe even low 20s. Like really, really good. And this is full up to photon latency. So at 90 Hz, that's a really good number. Also, how did I ended up, somehow not being. Let's again watch it from maybe the offboard. Oh, I'm scrolling in the wrong direction. Offboard from Masoud, right? Knowing Masoud, he probably loved the race 2 bits. He probably loved it. I really enjoyed it. So you see, I'm going wide. I mean, I'm going wide initially. I knew that like going around with Masoud would not have worked because of the BMW. I had to give them space, because if I don't give them space, there's gonna be something else happening. And see, there is something happening on the inside, and now I'm trying to take advantage of it and cut back. But there's the Toyota I was not aware of, and here Masoud is sliding on the exit. So like I could have been almost able to get to the, if not Toyota, right? If he just didn't exist, I would be able to get into the inside and maybe have another side by side here, but it just wasn't meant to be. Really messy situation. Yeah, it's like I understand. It's like Toyota also wants to obviously chase the pack there. So I fully understand Toyota Toyota's decision making. I think that contact is way more on me than on him, you know? Because it's like, he is with the fight with that BMW. Look, he's taking a safe line into here. He's committing to the inside, and I'm just closing the door. It's just, like, I should not be cutting across fully like that, you know? Like, I went wide. It's situation with this, and it's also that I am really trying to force a potential side-by-side with me and Masoud that isn't really necessary. Like, I'm not really gonna overtake him fully on the exit. It would be a potential side-by-side to the next corner, which is very difficult when you're on the outside. And that Toyota just wants to follow a BMW. He would be before, with the acceleration of the hypercars, he would overtake both me and Masoud here with a superior traction on the inside, and be right potentially on BMW's ass for the rest, right? But he just, like, look how much time he lost compared to a BMW, and then he even has potentially compromised, like sort of compromised into Puma on the entry with the line, right? But like, he was right on the ass of this guy. So I understand Toyota's decision making, and like, in a sense, he's actually taking the safe approach. I mean, you can see how much just time he gave everyone. He prepped the exit. He let everything unfold in front of him. So like, Toyota is not at fault here whatsoever. I totally understand why he's going for the inside, and I should not have been cutting across. He's fully entitled to the inside, and I should not be entitled to the inside. I'm just doing an assumption that he doesn't exist, right? Like, in the heat of the moment, I'm just not aware of his existence. Purely my fault. So there is a video on the internet somewhere how to make LMU launch through OpenXR runtime, because it doesn't support Oculus so far, but there is a mod which makes it, rather than launch through Steam VR, launch through Open Composite, and then you have all the Steam or all the OpenXR features, right? That you can see here. So you could even probably then play around with like FSR upscaling and shit like that. But I just have it on turbo mode and FPS overlay, right? So it doesn't support Oculus, and it doesn't support OpenXR like as it is. It launches through SteamVR, but we all know that SteamVR is absolutely dog shit. So there's a mod to make it so you still launch it through SteamVR, but because it's modded, it uses these different DLL. Or whatever is the extension of the file that is required for VR, right? But it uses the different runtime, and it launches through Open Composite and OpenXR. Well, you can see that it is OpenXR. And it runs a lot better with OpenXR than SteamVR, so the performance in VR is really good. I mean, I have a beefy PC. You can see in the description that there's a 4090 and an X3D CPU, which are known to perform really well. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, do I want to do anything else today evening? I wanted to, like, at some point touch on let's see the rating breakdown of that race. Because I wanted to do like a stream on new Assetto Corsa Evo update, but there's not much there to really talk about. Like, there's a new Lamborghini, we can drive it, we can have fun in it, but there's nothing that happened physics-wise. It's still the same driving wise. Hello. Yeah, but you know, like Oculus runtime in if I can show you it like that. If I go back to forgive that it's gonna look a bit awkward, right? because I'm showing you a virtual desktop through Oculus. Like, I have an Oculus headset, so still the Oculus overlay still works, right? So this window right here that you see is through Oculus overlay. So if he would have Rift S, he would have exactly same situation as I'm in. And in settings, the Oculus, it just uses OpenXR, right? So like OpenXR runtime just directly streams to Oculus, right? MetaQuest Link, which this application is called MetaQuest Link, is set as an active OpenXR runtime. So no matter what happens, it streams directly to Oculus, and through OpenXR, I have OpenXR control of like all of this. And technically here I could put different, like even here through OpenXR toolkit, I can change like field of view and like I can crop to specific FOV, and I could make it here be different, like upscaling, sharpening. But rather than that, because it just streams through Oculus directly, I put the pixel density override here to 2 for really high pixel density. Obviously, Rift S wouldn't need as high pixel density as original Rift CV1. But, you know, I really like how easy Oculus is to set up. Sorry, how easy Rift is to set up. Because with I touched it at some point. I did buy a Quest when a cable to my Rift broke. I was like, maybe it's time to upgrade. I bought a Quest, and I was highly that's why it's still here. And I was highly disappointed with it because the latency was horrible, the performance was worse, the link cable, it was uncomfortable because I didn't have like a lead strap on it, and just making it work constantly on PC VR and charging at the same time was horrible. Like for long period of time, and I love my original Rift. Yes, there is screen door effect. Yes, it's not super high resolution, but I don't want super high resolution because I want performance. I want maximum performance, stack 90 Hz with, you know, high competitive scenario. I need 90 FPS every time, anytime. At the race start, at full grid, 40 cars here, I need 90 FPS, and I have 90 FPS. So I don't need high resolution headset for that. And I learned to live with screen door effect, and it's like I don't necessarily get less detail. Like I still see the same amount of detail. It's just that it has a little bit of screen door effect on it, which like I learned to like that picture, and it's sort of kind of that screen door effect. Laugh if you want. I kind of find it that it makes the image look sharper without extra software sharpening on top of that image that I am trying to achieve. Rank breakdown. What actually happened? How much did I gain? How much did I lose? Still gained quite a decent amount of safety rating. Even though there was so many contacts and stuff. Wrong thing. I wanted to press online because I just wanted to see the leaderboard again. Unless the new event started, then I'm not gonna be able to know it didn't start yet. I think. No, it did start. It did start, yeah. So I'm not gonna be able to show the leaderboard. Where am I here on leaderboard? Because I did a few races here, but I never really got a 39 out of the car. Well, it's still not that bad. Like a tenth more. I did do a really good quali lap once because I did a 39.6 in quali on like a third lap. and I was really happy with that lap. But then in the race, I'm really inconsistent on that combo. I enjoyed that Porsche a lot more when I finally figured it out. And there's still that weekly race, which I would be intrigued to maybe try it in the hypercar ones, but that's for completely another day because it's running late. Guys, should we try something different? Is anyone like interested to like see me drive something? Should I like hop into a like practice session with a hypercar and some stuff like that, or show you that AC Evo update in VR, and we can test how performance there is just for the sake of it to end the stream. Because racing wise, I'm definitely done for the day. Yeah, Quest 2 latency was horrible, and I mean like doubled, if not more. Like 2.5 times more, almost 3 times more latency and worse performance. You know what? Let's just for the purposes of just trying stuff around, let's just try a hypercar. What are the event settings for the race, by the way? Just so we get like a private practice session without a private practice session, without having to go into the practice for the actual race. But I just want to mirror the conditions of the race. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't really show the weather, does it? But it's like 30 degrees, isn't it? It's like quite hot race, I think. And you saw that the track grip isn't really optimum. Okay, Spa. We want to try the Caddy, the yellow one. I don't know why the Caddy in the yellow for me just looks the best. It seems like the OG color for the Caddy. I don't know why, it just suits it best in my eyes. Preset light, medium, saturated, and heavy. Let's go with medium because I think that's what the race is at, right? Medium, or the quali is at. And then the weather is like, whoa, it's set really low. So we can use a preset, which also is just like quite randomized preset. And it should be higher temperature, right? Like 25. Thank you. Bye bye. I mean, I'm still gonna drive that hypercar, but yeah, if you're going, then have a good night, man. No, wait, wrong button again. I'm still confused sometimes by that by LMU menus. Fuel usage times 2. White Slayer, thank you as well. Bye bye. Any tricks for Evo with VR performance? I didn't find any yet. I wasn't playing much with ACF in terms of tricks for performance, you know. Okay, so let's assume that for quali, like let's go for 4 laps. Let's assume that it's stock setup and I cannot change it in the actual session, right? But I could change maybe here the pedal force, brake bias, brake migration, that's probably unlocked, and also TC, that's probably what I can change. So let me try the same strategy, that I'm keeping the slip angle high and lower power cut. Let's see how that's gonna drive. Oh, yeah, well, obviously the car is off. Oh, yes. Really interesting steering field in terms of steering geometry, because it's not really willing to go back to center. Unless obviously I just step on it and it slides. It's much faster. Obviously you need to warm up the tires as well. Brake a lot earlier with those cars. Earlier. This is not a Formula car. not with the cases, I can just gear higher. Seconds of the pace. Yeah, VR is really cool. Yeah, maybe actually, I don't know, maybe 7 footer is not bad at all because I don't lose momentum with the gear change. Okay. Okay, so what? The engine was on. Like it didn't bump start, it just like kind of came alive. I mean, LMU is still just in quite a fresh sim. I think there's gonna be more and more content coming out, especially right now on LMU. I don't think there's actually that much lack of it, but it's just so fresh, you know. There's gonna be more and more, definitely. Maybe just skipping 6 is gonna be better. I'm doing lockups mostly because I'm bad, not because of the battery. But yeah, let's see. The soft isn't that high. I mean, it's like, this feels to me like a decent lap. I have no fucking idea how people are doing like 58s and shit. Unless the conditions are vastly different than online session. So, okay. Mom Slayer, funny name. Just leave my mom alone. Virtual energy is like your stint timer. Virtual energy is the amount of energy you can use throughout the stint. It's measured in joules. It's an energy. It's amount of energy that the car is able to use throughout the stint. Be it it's an electric energy, be it it's a energy in terms of fuel, which it's energy that the fuel is. It's also measured in joules. How much energy the car depleted because of how much power it produced over time, right? It's all measurable and it is measured. So hypercar is a bit more complicated because it has a hybrid system. So you are using the electrical energy, but then at the same time you can regenerate electrical energy. That doesn't mean that you are getting back your virtual energy, right? But you are getting back the energy into the battery pack, which then you can deplete as electrical energy, and therefore use less fuel. You use less fuel, you're gonna be lighter, so faster, and electrical energy that you're using is being used more efficiently because electric energy is a lot more efficient amount of energy. And bear in mind that a hypercar has always static the amount of output that it's producing, right? It has a static amount of horsepower. If I switch the car to a 50 kilowatt motor mode, now the electric motor is producing 50 kilowatts of power, right? But the internal combustion engine is producing less power, so the overall output of the system stays the same. So now at 50 kilowatt, the car is using the most amount of electric energy it can use, and is running more efficiently. Because first of all, if you're using electric, that's the most efficient way of using energy, because electric engine is so much more efficient than internal combustion, and because the output of the car is static, you're losing overall less virtual energy, right? So you have to figure out throughout the stint, you average out whatever amount of energy you use per lap. It just averages out to whatever energy, whatever amount of laps you can do with given energy, and it translates to certain amount of fuel that you need for combustion engine, for internal combustion engine to that the internal combustion engine needs for that virtual energy depletion throughout the stint. So for example, by default, you need 96% of fuel in the car, like 96% of the full tank, for the virtual energy to be depleted at similar rate as your fuel. For strategic purposes, you could throw into the car less or more fuel, depending on what you want to do strategically. However, that's not what's gonna determine your pit stop time, because fuel goes in faster than virtual energy. Virtual energy is what's gonna determine your pit stop time. So for example, now I have 1 lap of fuel. If I'm here gonna put in virtual energy, let's say 30%, that is what's gonna determine my my pit stop time, and that's gonna be at a 96 fuel ratio. So it's gonna be 3 laps of virtual energy and 3 laps of fuel at a 0.96 fuel ratio, right? Hello, combustion center. I mean, I assume that if he is the center of combustion, we need to let the experts speak, right? Welcome indeed, man. So it's a complicated thing in terms of how you need to manage it throughout the stint in hypercar, but the biggest thing, most of all, to understand it at a basic level, it is your stint timer, right? That's the amount of driving you can do right now. That's the amount of energy you can use in this stint. And for strategic purposes, you can put in the car the amount of fuel that's equivalent to that energy you're gonna use per lap. Depending on how you're driving, that fuel ratio is gonna be different, right? If I'm gonna be using very high motor map, the fuel ratio at which the car is gonna be depleting, the fuel for the internal combustion engine that at high motor map is now working less, is gonna be different than if I would be driving at a motor map 10 and then the internal combustion engine is working higher, right? So suddenly the fuel ratio throughout the lap, which I would do on motor map 10, would be higher, because the internal combustion engine is working harder, and so on and so forth. But like I said, throughout the stint, it averages out, and you just do some testing and practice. You figure out how much fuel the car is really taking throughout, like the quali lap or like the laps where you feel safe, and so on and so forth. I was confused at the beginning as well. You figure it out. It feels complicated. It's not. Really treat it as the stint timer. So you want to do a certain amount of laps that requires you to be refueling virtual energy for a certain amount of time, and you put whatever fuel in the car you want. That's totally up to you. And also, if I'm correct, while you're managing throughout the, I'm not if that's the case of, or that's maybe a Formula One thing. I'm not. I don't remember. In an actual race scenario, or maybe even in qualifying as well. I don't know if it's in practice. But throughout the lap, you are allowed to change the motor map like only once or twice throughout the lap or something like that. Or is it an F1 thing? Someone correct me on that, because on that I'm not particularly sure. How would managing the battery avoid lockups? Okay, so in this, which is a hypercar, which is LMH, it's a Le Mans hypercar. It's not LMDH, so it's not. No, sorry, this is an LMDH, so which is Le Mans Daytona hypercar. Le Mans Daytona hypercar is a chassis which is rear wheel drive, and it has rear wheel drive only, and it has an electric motor that's driving the rear axles together in combination with the internal combustion engine. It's working at all times at any speed constantly. Whenever you're accelerating, if I don't stall, why did the car stall? Why is it not? The engine is on, and you can see, I mean, in terms of for a gear change, right? But at any speed, whenever I'm putting the power down, it's depleting the energy. Now, the thing is, that motor is on the rear axle. Now, if your battery is extremely high, battery level, right? And so the engine is on the rear, so it's also regenerating the energy at the rear wheels. Yeah. In LM. Wait, the D isn't for Daytona. Doesn't matter. I thought it was for Daytona. It isn't for Daytona. The D is the one with the engine at the back. What does the D stand for then? It doesn't matter. Let's go back to why the lockups. If you have extremely high state of charge of the battery, and you're braking, suddenly your battery is full, but the rear axle tries to keep on regenerating, but it can't anymore. And that causes a disturbance between front and rear axle, and it's easy to lock up because suddenly the rear is pushing you, and then you're locking up with the front. With the front easily, because the rear of the car is basically, they cannot regenerate anymore, and the rear is pushing while fronts want to brake, because obviously there's nothing happening on the front tires, right? It could be the other way around, that suddenly the car is regenerating or is not regenerating on the rear axle. So depending on how you're regenerating energy on the rear axle, that determines how much the rear axle is decelerating. Now, LMH, the one without the D, because there's LMDH and LMH. LMH is the one that have the electric engine on the front axle, but those don't work the whole time. They only work from 190 kilometers and higher and faster. But they're also more powerful when they actually kick in at high speed. And because for those cars electric motors are in the front, the way and they are regenerating the energy while braking, suddenly it's not the front lockups that you need to worry about when the shock is very high. That's why Ferrari and Toyota are easier on the brakes, because they have electric motor that's regenerating on the front axle. And LMDH is easier to lock up because it's the rear that is pushing and there's no engine connected to the front tires. There's freely spinning, so it's easy to just lock them up with a strong brakes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that LMDH is Le Mans Daytona, because it's also the thing that those classes are made in the way that at Le Mans and WEC, both LMDH and LMH are allowed, but in IMSA only LMDH are allowed. That's why in IMSA Ferrari is not driving, in IMSA Toyota is not driving, because they're four-wheel drive LMH cars. So in IMSA Porsche competes, Caddy, Lambo, Alpine could compete there, BMW, because those are LMDH cars. And LMDH car is like, you have a chassis that's supplied by a supplier, which is Dallara, Multimatic, I don't remember. If you want to ask someone, I know Valentin Barrier knows a lot of stuff about how this stuff works and what's what. But like Porsche, Cadillac, you buy a chassis from like Dallara or someone, they supply you a chassis, and then you put your own powertrain in that, and you put aerodynamically designed by you bodywork on top of that. Ligier, Oreca, exactly. They supply you with the for LMDH with a chassis, and then you put a rear-wheel drive powertrain into that. While LMH, those are like completely in-house built, and they are a lot more expensive project for Ferrari and Toyota. But like, fuck me, that Toyota is such a beauty of a car. That Ferrari is such a beauty of a car. I don't actually like Toyota. Toyota looks really weird, even though I like Toyota as a brand. But the Toyota and LMH is kind of weird. But that Ferrari is such a beautiful and sexy car. I want to be a fully biased to like the Porsche, obviously. I love the Porsche. 963 is a really nice car. The first year of this was kind of messy. The reliability was all over the place. But that Ferrari, man, like, they just built such a great race car. Yeah, no worries. It's really complicated, but the more you get into it, the more it makes sense. And it's also kudos to Studio. Is it 397 or 297? Oh my god, I don't remember. Well, the developers on LMU, kudos to them for implementing all of it properly. Because, you know, iRacing was taking the pride in like creating the best quality content. But think about how LMDH was in recent years in IMSA there, which was go-to place for multi-class. Like, their implementation of a hybrid system is extremely simplistic. Their tire model was all over the place for hypercars and GT cars in recent years. They're doing some steps right now to improve it, but let's be honest, LMU in terms of the implementation of the car itself, like implementation of the whole car as a system, is a lot better. You can bitch around about the tires. Look, iRacing tires are weird in one way, those tires are weird in another way. Both of them have things to improve, right? But like virtual energy, fuel strategy, electric motors, all how this hybrid works, LMU has nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Exactly. So that's the thing, that LMH cars, yes, you only get electric motor from 190 kilometers up, but at high speed that works, and it's an extra stability at high speed. I mean, let's be honest, those cars are really stable at high speed. I think that this game doesn't really make it justice with the way how the cars yaw and really push into oversteer on throttle. But those are highly aerodynamically driven cars, so in terms of their design, so even LMDH cars are extremely stable at high speed. But you're right, that doesn't change the fact that there is extra stability in the... I mean, hell, let's get the Ferrari onto the track for a spin now that we drove the Caddy for a sec. Let's try the Fezza in the same conditions. Yep, Ferrari. Oh, this is a hard choice. I'm gonna be a proud Pole and pick Kubica's car. But yeah, the front, the deployment of power on the front wheels at high speed will just give it an extra stability, and it will potentially works its tires differently, right? So here we have a regen that's even more aggressive, and electric motor map that can go up to 200 kilowatts. Like, you can deploy a lot of power on the front axle, while for LMDH cars it's only 50, but it's constantly 50 at any speed, so even acceleration. Yeah, that's the thing, because at high charge, like I said, you're gonna be clipping. It's something that they have in F1 as well. Like, if you're gonna be clipping, suddenly you cannot recharge anymore because there's so much energy in the battery, and battery is full, so you cannot longer recharge it, and you're just clipping. Okay, I need to adjust my sitting position though. It's gonna be a lot of scrolling because the default is really far away. This shit looks so cool in VR as well. The LMDH cars. Okay, now I see it properly. And obviously here we don't have a bump start, so I just stalled it. Okay, double clutch works. Right, so slow speed now, the car is still rear wheel drive. But now listen, 190 and it pulls. And it's so much easier on the brakes because the regen is on the front. But all this low speed, I mean low speed, you know, under 190, which is not very much low speed, but under 190 it's still a rear-wheel drive car. But here, the front engine kicks in and it just really stabilizes it through there. The accuracy of the sound is also, with the onboards, amazing in this. Where are the coast lights in Ferrari? Oh, they're on the steering wheel, okay. Look how fast it's depleting the battery, but then it's recharging a lot of it, and obviously here through all the slow speed it's not gonna use it whatsoever. You don't need to learn how to push each individual hypercar, they all have their own characteristics. It's essentially a four-wheel drive car there. Wait, wait, really? No. 2023 Peugeot start draining the battery at 150. Are you sure about that? LMU has bunch of problems, but because it's new, it has a novelty factor that just makes it interesting, because there's so much stuff that people just don't know, didn't figure out yet. It's fresh, it's different, and I mean there's bunch of and it has good content in it, so it just works. Like, I can bitch about all day long about how this tire model is still very wheeled and very slidey, and you have to really drive the car in a weird way in certain situations. But it doesn't change the fact that the underlying game that's being cooked by the devs underneath it, and it's still in early access and it's barely even finished, is looking really good and really strong. For endurance racing, I think it's gonna be really good in this game. You know what? I never drove a Peugeot 2023 Peugeot. Let me try it, cause I never had a DLC, so I never drove it. I'm just intrigued more than anything. Yeah, like LMU is barely finished and it's just still in the middle of early access. So I was really not a fan of how much paid content is in this. But it looks like they're just gonna get away with it because they ended up just delivering the product that is worth it, you know? Wait, because Peugeot... Oh yeah, because Peugeot is also LMH. I don't know why for a sec I thought Peugeot did LMDH. Never mind. Have some AIs on the track as well. And the coast lights on this are so small and like difficult to see. Fucking French. Yeah, let's just hope that all the little bugs and stuff that's questionable with the RF2. Oh yes, so the Peugeot goes up from 150. But that's different for the 2024 season then, right? And now. Because it's like all of those cars are different and like they're bopped differently, but at the end of the day they're meant to use certain amount of energy throughout the stint. Like this Peugeot uses different width front tires than other hypercars and shit like that. This thing is really stable on entry. This thing is also really easy on their brakes. I have a TC right now that also doesn't really work well in this car. Some wrong moments. But yeah, it's really intriguing that every single car. I mean, I drove vastly different cars, Peugeot, Cadillac, and Ferrari, right? But they do really feel different and unique, which is good. Struggling to get the rotation on the entry that I want, but that's just me really not gelling well with the cars that don't rotate a lot on entry. Just the kind of driver I am. Really interesting. Okie dokie. You know what? I've never driven. What other cars I've never driven? Let me just try them out, just for the sake of trying them out, and also. Yeah, that's Spa Race. Oh wait, no, okay, so I thought I've been looking at like 58s in the 58s in those Cadillacs in race pace, but it's it's 2 minutes. I did that 2:00 in a caddy in practice, right? Which was obviously quali fuel, and those are race times. But it's not like I'm 2 seconds off, so that's that. And yeah, look, that middle sector was really good. What am I looking at? I was showing something different. That middle sector actually wasn't as good, but the first sector was. The first sector, like, you see, Masao did 0.1. I did lose a tenth. I knew it. And in the middle, what was the corner I fucked up? I think it was La Source and then Katana, if I don't remember. But this should have been a 0.4, like, for sure, in the middle. And you see that I should have done on that other lap that was 2:45, or something like that. I had a 0.5 last sector, like 0.5 mid. So, like, I can do like a 0.0 in the race. Okay, I just wanted to check the times for the hypercars. What other cars I haven't driven? I mean, majority of the hypercars I haven't driven, because. But what cars out of here I haven't driven? Out of curiosity, I want to see how the Corvette handles, you know? Because we saw that it was also quite fast in those races, and I just want to know. But it's gonna be like, yeah, it's getting late. That's gonna be like the last thing I check, because I never drove a Corvette, so I want to know. Why on the inside it looks so American. Also, holy shit, visibility is so bad in this. Cold tires. heard Corvette is really good low speed. Definitely feels like it. High speed is... questionable. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, I'm too tired to drive anymore, but it feels nice. The spectator cameras from the in VR are really weird because the are they actually 3D? I'm not sure they are. I think it's just a mono image. It looks really weird. No, this is not 3D. This is a mono image. If I change it to a spectator camera, yeah, this is not 3-dimensional. But those cameras are okay. Those cameras are 3-dimensional. But the TV cameras aren't. This one maybe is. This one maybe is. Although, or maybe they're not because they're so long distance it doesn't matter anymore. No, they're not because the stuff that's really close looks really weird in its wrong scale. It does matter. Look, I'm gonna end the stream here, guys. Did the chat stop? No, the chat didn't stop. But we all see that it is coming to an end, so thank you very much everyone for watching. Yeah, cool races, cool testing. Maybe there's gonna be some hypercar races on the next stream, why not? We did some proper GT racing. I mean, I love Spy. You know that I love Spy. If you don't know that I love Spy, I'm telling you that I love Spy. I adore that track. So maybe some hypercar action next time around. We can take that caddy out for the spin and figure out how to drive that caddy fast. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. In a week's time, there's also on the weekend there's gonna be another IES championship in ACC that we're doing in Honda. So we're gonna be going back to ACC in the next throughout the next week. I'll be prepping for that. So, but before next week prep for ACC event, why not some more LMU? Because I think there's future in here. So we'll leave that for another time. But for today, thank you very much for watching, and see you there in the upcoming ones. And good night. As midnight hits as well, so definitely very late. Good night.